Hey, good morning. How is everyone today? Oh my goodness. Well, thank you, Togglebit, for the raid, and good morning to everybody. We are going to be working through the Proc-macro workshop today. So, I am really looking forward to it. Alright, Togglebit. I gotta catch up on your stream. I haven't been watching too many of your streams, actually. I didn't see many going on. But I'm glad that you were streaming today, because I'd like to listen to your streams as I work. Usually on 1.5 speed, which is not too bad. So I just got to make sure that some of these windows are set up for OBS. I think most of them are ready. What else was there? Oh yes, Discord. It matches the painting perfectly. All right. I have another 30 seconds, I think. Just gonna do the little announce here and there, as people ask for it. Morning, Sumafroni. Turbo Dave, Berduda. I think we're good to go. So, we left off yesterday looking at native script over here with GD native, and we're thinking, you know what, it would be great if we knew how to do this, or at least that's where I ended up yesterday. Now, I know this doesn't quite fit in with my master plan of having a workable game in the year, but it might. We might be able to use macros a lot more with the game engine further on. It's the rusty goodiness, the goody rustiness. Just thinking of different word combinations there. So we are going to be experiencing the Proc-macro workshop today. That's D. Tolnay on GitHub. It's got this fantastic little Proc-macro workshop. And if you're not familiar with this repo, check it out. I mean, there is so much awesome stuff in here. It's almost embarrassing. Like, look at these contributions this year. Holy cow. I've seen other people refer to David Tolnay as a bulldozer of productivity in Rust. But we're going to be working on this Proc-macro workshop on the bottom right there. So, this repo contains a selection of projects designed to learn and write Rust procedural macros, Rust code that generates Rust code. Each of the projects is drawn closely from its compelling real use case. Out of the 5 projects here, 3 are macros that I have personally implemented in industrial code bases for work. And the other two exist as libraries on crates.io by the authors. Suggested prerequisites. No rust. Okay. Hey, Xenocron, how's it going? Where's my water? Where's my water? I think I'm going to be doing a lot of reading out loud today. So if you don't mind, I'm probably going to be reading it verbatim. We'll read it verbatim, and then kind of bounce back and forth into the code and out of the code, so we can go through the exercises. Has anybody gone through this yet? I don't think I've seen anybody go through this. All right. This workshop covers attribute macros, derived macros, and function-like procedural macros. Be aware that the content of the workshop and the explanations in this repo will assume a working understanding of structs, enums, traits, trait imples, generic parameters, and trait bounds. All right, I think we'll be all right there. You are welcome to dive into the workshop with any level of experience with Rust, but you may find these basics are far easier to learn for the first time outside of the context of macros. All right, and I forgot to actually put my glasses on. Gonna swap those out real quick. All right. Whoa, too far down. This is a long page of text. We're not going to read the whole thing straight down. We will not be doing that. All right, here is an introduction to each of the projects. At the bottom, I give recommendations for what order to tackle them based on your interest. Note that each of these projects goes to more depth than what is described in the introductions here. Okay, derived macro. I say we just work it top down. We are working through the Proc-macro workshop because I want to understand how to make Proc-macros. Yeah, I know that the GD native stuff could use a little bit of love with Proc-macros. And I think it would be nice to be able to have that in the toolbox. Alright, this macro generates a boilerplate code involved in implementing the builder pattern. Ah, interesting. Builders are a mechanism for instantiating structs, especially structs with many fields. Oh, my voice today. And especially if many of those fields are optional, or the set of fields may need to grow backwards, may need to grow. I read that completely wrong. Many of those fields are optional, or the set of fields may need to grow backward compatibility over time. Okay. Colors will invoke the macro as follows. They import that. They do that. And then they should be able to build it. Oh, wow. That's pretty cool. Wow. Covers traversing syntax trees, constructing output source code, processing helper attributes to customize the generated code. Alright, so let's go to the bottom here. I want to see what order they suggest. Debugging tips. Oh, it's not the page up button. Workflow. Test harness. Testing macros thoroughly tends to be tricky. Rust and Cargo have built-in testing frameworks via Cargo Test, which can work for testing the success cases, but we also really care that our macros produce good error messages when they detect a problem at compile time. Cargo isn't able to say that failing to compile is considered a success, and it isn't able to compare that the error message produced by the compiler is exactly what we expect. Perfect. Project skeletons in this repository to use an alternative testing harness called try-build. How's it going, Cat Peasant? The test harness is geared towards iterating on implementation of procedural macros, observing an error emitted by failing execution of the macros, and testing that those errors are expected. Okay. Every project has tests in the test directory, but feel free to add more tests. Remove tests for your functionality that you don't want to implement, or modify tests as you see fit to align with your implementation. Run cargo test inside any of the 5 top-level project directories to run the test suite for that project. Initially, they'll start with a test disabled. Open up the project test progress.rs file and enable tests one at a time as you work through the implementation. Okay, this feels a lot like exorcism.io. The test files, for example, tests 01 parse, each contain a comment explaining what functionality is tested and giving some tips on how to implement it. Perfect. I recommend working through the tests in numbered order, each time enabling one more test and getting it passed before moving on. Tests come in 2 flavors. This should be a compile and run. Tests that should compile and run successfully, and tests that should fail to compile with a specific error message. This piece here, having good error messages, I think is going to be just great to learn. That is going to be so nice. Mr. Halsey reading at 1.5x. Marinchel, yes, I would be happy to do that. We'll do that as we start to prep this, because we're going to have to clone the repo and do a little setup, right? We'll need to install some tools. If a test should compile and run successfully, but fails, the test runner will surface the compile error or runtime error output. Perfect. For a test that should fail to compile, we compare the compilation output against a file of expected errors for that test. Interesting. It's like snapshots. If those errors match, the test is considered to pass. If they do not match, the test runner will surface the expected and actual output. Expected output goes in a file with the same name as the test, except with an extension of .standard error instead of .rs. Fancy. Yeah, so it is snapshot testing. If there is no start.standard error file for a test that is supposed to fail to compile, the test runner will save the compiler's output into a directory called work in progress adjacent to the test directory. Oh, that is nice. It's a nice workflow. So the way to update the expected output is to delete the existing start.standard error file, run the test again so that the output is written to work in progress, and then move the new output from work in progress to tests. That is a lovely workflow. Debugging tips. Alright, to look at what code a macro is expanding into, install the cargo subcommand, and then run cargo expand in the repository root to expand the main.rs file in that directory. You can copy any of the test cases into this main.rs and tweak it as you iterate on the macro. If a macro is emitting syntactically invalid code, not just code that fails type checking, then cargo expand will not be able to show it. Instead, have a macro print its generated token stream to standard error before returning the tokens. Hey Xenocron, yes, we wanted to be able to expand on some of the Proc-macros that are inside of GDScript for helping out that project, but also to have that in our tool belt for generating the game server. In the game server, there's likely to be a number of actions and elements later that would benefit from having some proc macros, some code generated from other code. So if you think of combat systems, inventory, other, I don't know, it just seems like it would be helpful, really helpful. Then I've put it off a year. So, but yeah, it was actually a tough choice because I think that it's going to have a little bit of a learning curve. So it's going to be slow using it first, especially towards my goal of having. I wrote this down the other day. Let me go get I've got the book right here. My goal for a year, so my 2-year cake day here is going to have, or my goal for this. Oh, come on, I'm 1 page off. There we go. The goal is a multiplayer game with teams, building, and player versus environment combat. So, I've got 52 weeks, 52 weeks to get this done. And this is week 1. And we're like building, oh goodness, what have we been building? Artist tools for developing biomes. And we're working on Proc-macros, which don't seem like they work directly towards that goal. But part of that is actually having a lot of the art stuff in place. So having the artists work faster is so beneficial to productivity. So we print out the tokens, then a cargo check in the repository route, or cargo test, okay. We'll display the output of, during macro expansion. Got it. Standard error is also a helpful way to see the instructions of the syntax tree that gets parsed from the input of the macro. Okay. Note that in order for syntax tree types to provide debug impulse, you will need to set features equals extra traits on the dependency of syn. Okay. Got it. Sounds good. Let's get this buttoned up. What is the cargo test bit here? Workflow. Try build. Oh, who made this? David Tolnay. All right, so let's go back here. Code. Copy that. Close out of there. I wonder if I should start to move things into like a Rust directory. Oh. What's in the Rust directory? Rust itself. There we go. Make it Rust. We'll move things like legacy to Rust, GD native to Rust. Oh, there's a lot of stuff in here. Genesis to Rust. Yep, battle. What else we got? Not Del Dash. Legacy XT. What else we got? Lion, Howl. I'm just trying to get a quick sampling of things. Actix is in there. Oh, it's a pretty shell. Well, thank you. This is Starship. And for those that don't know, we do have commands. Control. I want to get back to that project too. That could be a quick, easy one. Oops, wrong window. Diesel. Diesel can move. Anything else? Get out Rust, Master, yada yada. Hell, we already got. The old legacy stuff, sure. Mal, Mitch. Oh, the open telemetry stuff. Playground, Proc-macros 2. Must analyzer at least from that list. List format, sure. Oh, SIMDs, small. I don't know what's in source HUD. We're not going to do that one. Is Zola? I think Zola might be it. So we're going to remove all of those for Rust. Alright. There we go. The entire show. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I like this theme, Challenger Deep. I also like using tmux as kind of tabs because it works across, like when you shell into a server, you don't always get tabs. All right, so there's that. We are going to clone this then. Get Proc-macros workshop. There we go. Proc-macros. Nope. All right, so we've got 5 directories down here, and then the main.rs that they talked about pulling code into as you needed to debug it. All right, cargo check. Let's see, what do we got here? Oh, it's Wednesday. How's everybody's week going? Oh, man. I've been doing a huge rewrite of stuff at work because we didn't understand how React Router DOM does not, I don't know, it's a little bit, it feels a little bit like a pure component in that, you know. So anyhow, too much work stuff. Have you heard the story of the skunk? Never mind, it stinks. So let's go through this. Maybe we'll go in just top down here. Oh. And if you didn't know, we also do bad jokes. So actually bad jokes are 200 points. You can pay to tell one. Actually, they have to be clean. This is a PG channel. or only 100 if it's a good joke. So I think we all know why bad jokes cost more. Because they do. What do you call a snake wearing a hard hat? A boa constrictor. Alright, these all seem to be working. Let's go, I don't know. Which one should we go through? Bitfield Builder, Debug, Sequencer Sorted. The snake one is better than the skunk one, isn't it? Now, in here, did they... I want to see. Workflow debugging tips, project recommendations. Okay. Go to that section. I would recommend starting with the derived builder project. Okay, this will get you comfortable with traversing syntax trees and constructing output source code. So we'll start there. After that, equally reasonable to jump to either custom debug, sequencer, or sorted. All right, so we'll start with the derived builder. Yes, Musean, welcome to Proc-macro Day. Never miss Proc-macro Day. Now, let's give it a cargo test. Like leg day, but better, yes. It's like leg day for your mind. Try build is super neat. Guys, I'm excited to try a different test runner. I've been sticking with the default one for a year, and I really like the default one. I'm still learning stuff about the default one. Let's unit test compiler error diagnostic messages, which is fantastic. That is really cool. All right. Well, let's get our little workflow going. Although GD native just panics in all of its macros. It's not really relevant. Well, maybe we could fix that. That might be a decent improvement for GD native. Derive, sleep, coffee, work, repeat. Yes. What it feels like. It's been a long year. My chair is slightly offset. I'm going to move it. My chair doesn't actually have wheels on it. There we go. Set now a little closer. Gotta get set. Okay, I think we're about ready. So test 01 parse. Oh, holy cow, look. This test looks for a derived macro with the right name to exist. Oh wow, this is like, is it plugged in? Yeah, it does feel like that, Siku. Almost 2021. I've got to get wood split and all sorts of stuff, which I'm not looking forward to. This weekend I might be repairing some of the hydraulic seals on the log splitter. Either that or just manning up and doing it by hand. Which isn't so bad. We've got a decent splitter. 1, 2, skip a few. Quarantine 100. Never mentioned which December. Ooh. Yeah. I don't want to think about that. For now, the test doesn't require any specific code to be generated by the macro, so returning an empty token string should be sufficient. Before moving on, have your derived macro parse the macro input as a syn derived input syntax tree. Okay, guess we'll figure out what that means. Spend some time exploring the syn derived input struct on docs.rs. by clicking through its fields in the documentation to see whether it matches your expectations or what information is available for the macro to work with. Got it. Used to be known as biceps? Yes. Yes. Let's see. I don't know. Is it more biceps or I think log splitting is actually 90% technique, right? Hitting in the right spot in a log. That makes such a difference. Log splitters are scary though. You know, like 30 tons of pressure coming towards your thumbs. I don't know why. More lats than biceps, and a lot of control, right? You need to have precision with splitting. Shoulders back, no, yeah. I think we end up. I've gone through and a little quick aside. Which one we're using? No, I don't want to look for those. What are they called? They're called, it's a splitting maul, isn't it? Splitting maul? What do you call a sick eagle? Illegal. Yeah, they've got all these new fancy ones. I've heard that some of them actually make a huge difference, like the offset weight ones. But I ended up getting one that has a that sleeve on it, that steel sleeve like this one. And that makes such a difference. Because occasionally you'll split it, but the wood doesn't split in line with the handle. You know, when you're doing this 1,000 times. And so being able to preserve the handle and not shatter another handle makes a big difference, even if you hit in the right spot. So, but yeah, I'm thinking we'll probably go back towards doing these this year. I think I might sell the splitting ram. Oh, that's actually the one. This is my baby. I got one of these. It works so well. It's a little bit longer than some of the other ones, so you have to watch your distance. But that length with the head on that makes such a big difference. Anyhow, that's enough of that. We got our resources, stuff here. All right, so let's get started. You did not expect to learn about wood chopping today. It is a great exercise because then you have to lift, right? You're doing all sorts of cool motions. It's a great exercise, especially if you sit all day, like I do. Sit or stand. I either stand at my desk or sit. Got one of those little crank up and down desks. It's kind of a workshop desk from like a building supply store. Stand on my desk? I could. This desk could support me. It's one of those sorts of one of those desks. All right, so we needed to enable the test here, and that was inside of progress. So we're going to do that. I want to see it fail first. Cargo test. 001. Let's get comfortable with this output. It's a lot of red. That's no meaning for a standing desk. How many times can you subtract 10 from 100? Once. The next time, you would subtract 10 from 99. Morning. Morning, Easy Tech. Alright. Let me, actually, that's your first joke here. I'm gonna make a little space here. These jokes are actually going into a little folder. What did I say folder? I meant folder, binder, whatever. So I'm going to attribute them to you later. All right. Because we will eventually have these inside of Capitan. Whether or not Capitan wants it, I don't know. All right, so not implemented. Oh, that's great. Help message not implemented. Even the test runner's output is fantastic. Why didn't the integer get any radio play? I don't know why. Because it was unsigned. Oh, that's good in a bad way. Let's try build's output. It compares compiler messages to make sure the error message didn't have any regressions. All right. What was your last joke, Museum? Always pay your exorcist? You wouldn't want to be repossessed? Okay, that looks good. Now let's make that work. Is it going to be in here? Yes, in here. All right, now they did have some guidance here before moving on. Have it parse macro input as SYN derived syntax tree. Okay. Do we need to add SYN to this? Oh, we do. Why was the signed integer sad? I don't know. Why? Never received anyone's compliment. Oh. All right. So then we have SYN. Anyone's compliment. The derive input syntax tree, which represents input of the derive macro. Oh, I wonder, is it also possible to do these with that other parsing crate? What was that other one that did kind of white space handling and stuff like that? All right, let's pull this up. We'll probably need this. Example of a derive macro implemented using SYN. Absolution? Maybe. Let's check. Not that we're going to do that today. Oh, I get it. Freedom from sin. Oh, that goes along with the jokes, doesn't it? It's not absolution. Just sin or function like macros. Oh, okay. Oh, am I not logged in here? My login failed, or did they reset something? Oh, there we go. Oh, no, I was already following that. Follow. Genko. White space aware quasi-quoter. Oh, I see. Alright, we're already following that. Good. Not parsing. Gotcha. Alright, so we're coming over here. And derive input. We have attributes. Data structure sent to proc-macro derive macros. This type is available only if sin is built with the derive feature. Attributes, visibility, ident, name of the struct, okay, or an enum. Generics required to complete the definition, gotcha. And data within the struct or enum. What career do you need after committing to sin? Absolution. Which means you can only derive on struct/enums. Okay, gotcha. Now this here, I'm not familiar with the. Okay, let me read through this. Extern create proc macro. Gotcha. Where does that come from? Proc macro is true. So we end up getting this token stream. Now here it was saying that the token stream derive input syntax tree, which represents the input of the proc macro. Data structure sent to proc macro derive macro. So now here it's saying derive input, and now in the lib it's a token stream. Oh, I see. Proc macro derive is from the compiler. It looks for a function that takes a token stream and produces a token stream. So we're working on the abstract syntax tree. Got it. And then an example. Oh, it parses token streams into its data types. Input as derive input. That's interesting. So, okay. Proc macro token stream from something. Gotcha. Well, that's fascinating that it maps. That as is a fake as, by the way. It's just part of the macro syntax, not an actual cast. Really? Oh, oh, I see. Ah, gotcha. So this parse macro input is part of. Using the quasi-quotation below as name. That's the identifier of the struct, or whatever it's on, struct enum. Add a bound. So this is for the generics to every type parameter t. Trait bound. Which is what you specify with as root. Gotcha. I see. So split for impl. So we have our impl generics, our type generics, and our where clause. Generate an expression to sum up the heap size of each field. Okay. Heap size of children. Sum. This could be const now, couldn't it? Can you generate const functions from macros? I don't see why not. Const rates aren't stable. Oh. Well, that's pretty cool. All right. Cargo test, that should, of course, fail. Why does it take so long to do that? Oh, because we added sin. The heap size is a trait. Gotcha. Derives implement trait. Oh, I see. But if it wasn't... Oh, of course it has to be a trait because that's what these do. Right? Proc-macros implement traits. Okay. So technically, then, given the input stream, we could just let it have the input stream on the outside. And this should, quote unquote, make it work because we didn't do anything to the syntax tree. Okay, so that failed. Derives do. Attributes and function-like macros just generate code. Ah. Okay, okay. Thank you for clearing that up. So the derive proc macros implement traits. Attributes and function-like macros just generate code. Okay, gotcha. Before moving on, this test looks for derived macro with the right name to exist. Okay. For now, the test doesn't require any specific code to generate, so returning an empty token stream should be sufficient. Do I have cargo expand installed? Great question. Cargo, maybe an old version. Looks like it. Ah. So what are we expanding first off? Is it this here? That seems like the wrong thing to be expanding at the moment. Yeah. All right. So we can put it on here. Has cargo expand changed? Write code here, see what happens after the macro expansion on the code. Okay, so in these cases we could have whatever our builder is. Does cargo. Okay, so it does have these as dependencies. That's good. Oh, but it just calls Rust C plus nightly flag unstable. I see. Oh, the syntax highlighter. That syntax highlighter is what Bat started out as. Struct foo. We're just trying to derive builder. Cannot find macro builder in the scope. Builder. Oh, derive builder. Should be a little different. Okay. Proc-macro panicked. Not implemented. Okay. And if we just did this, should be the wrong thing, of course. Alright, the first one's going to take the longest. Oh, foo is defined multiple times here. Gotcha. And because we're just passing it through, right? That'll double the token stream. Got it. So in this case, we want to probably parse it and output something. So now that would parse the token into a syntax tree, but then to actually implement this thing, like in that heap macro one, it would be proc macro. They do expanded there. So this here is actually parsing the input of the token stream in a way that we can actually mangle the AST, right? Quote into for an empty token stream. You can enable extra traits to have debugging on all the types. Okay, so we'll probably do that here in a moment. Oh, quote. How we've missed the... So the into on quote can go into a token stream, right? Oh, which is what this technically does. Oh, that's interesting. Let's mix that up a little. Okay. Because we'll just use that to go from one to the other. Ah, but this is sin quote. No. Oh, that's quote quote. We didn't add quote. Let's give it an expand. And so that'll be empty. To add a quote to the builder crate. Oh, that would be helpful. You'll be able to do ePrint line input to see at the AST. Well, let's take a look. ePrint line. Now, why the pound sign in that formatting? It's going to be massive. All right, so we need to have that on our proc macro. Extra traits. There we go. Stuff that you generally don't need. Extra traits implements. In the documentation, it said it was useful for debugging. Compiling sin. Oh, that wasn't too bad. Oh, it even fits on a screen. So we have an AST. Ident is foo. Yes, so we created something foo. It's got the spans on it. Wow. No generics. Nice. And the data, it's a struct and it has no fields. All right, and expanding that comes down to here, and this is the expanded bit. Nice. Okay. All right, well that technically quote unquote works. The print lines will run anytime the macro is built. Check, test, expand, etc. Oh, I see. Good morning. Morning, Lolly. Lolly Boiber. Happy Wednesday. We are working on Proc-macros today, learning Proc-macros. All right, so let's look at builder progress. Yeah, we did these pieces here. Looked at derive input. All right. O2. Have the macro produce a struct for the builder state. In the builder function, that creates an empty instance of the builder. As a quick start, try generating the following code. Make sure that the type name matches what is in the caller's output. Okay. So we have an impl with a command, and a pub function builder with no body. At this point, the test should pass because it isn't doing anything with the builder yet. So a unit as a builder type is as good as any other. Huh. Before moving on, have the macro also generate pub struct command builder, executable args env current dir. And in the builder function, okay, resources, quote crate. For putting together output from a macro, we've actually spent a number of hours inside of using quote before with the GD native crate. So we're not unfamiliar with it. Joining together the type name plus builder to make the builder name. Okay. Morning, Maddie Live. How are you doing? Look at that. So all we're doing is creating a builder. All right, so step 1. Generate this. Generate the following code. Type name matches. So in here we can simply drop that in there. Oops. Let's see, 3, shift right, there, and your shift. Mismatched types, expected unit, found token stream 2. Do I have to do a from? Why is it expecting unit? I'm doing well today. Is it the curly braces? I tend to remember something there. I use RPC for multiplayer. For Godot, I'm not. I'm building a game server for it. So the game server is actually built in Rust. ASC is going to be equal to that, and then 2 and 2. Okay, so it needed the variable to do an ASTN2 because it was somehow using the .into on the macro. Oh, you don't have to escape curlies and quote. Thank you, Mizian. How do I connect Godot and the server? So, because I've been doing a lot of Rust with this, we're using the GD native crate. Okay, and that lets me use Rust with Godot. Now, inside of that, I'm using just standard networking facilities from Rust. So I'm making a socket connection from the game client to the game server. And then we're using CBOR, serialization, as our kind of packet format. So that'll generate the code there. Will that actually run the proper test? Oh, builder not found in the scope. What? Derive underscore builder, third time's a charm. Command isn't found. Oh, of course, because we got the name wrong. We need to preserve the name from that. Let's give it a go. So I've been budgeting up a replacement machine for this with more cores. Look at that. Oh, look at that output. That is gorgeous output. Unused variable input. Okay. Now we'll deal with that here in just a moment. So in this case, we need to import the same type. Now, we looked at this earlier. We've got ident here. Do we have to save that out? Oh, the test worked though. Cargo test builder before running an integration test. Ah, gotcha. Yeah. So we could save that out and then name here. So we import that and we get a builder back. What moves things into its invocation? Goody. All right. Actually, I wanted to do the cargo expand. Let t equals foo expensive quote. We'll move the borrow, but not the foo. And here's our impl foo builder. Oh, lovely. Okay. I think we're starting to get some momentum here. All right. So the other thing that O2 wanted us to also do before moving on, have the macro also generate that, and then the builder function return it with it initialized. Okay. Oh, wait, it needs to generate it. We can do these out of order because it's Rust. Let's get the formatting right. Okay. Now, what was it? Name? I'm trying to remember what the, I think that's going to put a space there, isn't it? Ident isn't expensive though, but if you have, say, a vector of a ton of nodes, you want to reuse that later. Just like, you can't concat. Oh, we have to do it outside. That's right. That's right. It's coming back. Format ident. Thank you, Museum. All right, let's look up the docs on that, just for my sanity. Oh, interesting. Octal, lower, upper, or hex, and binary. Wait, you can do binary with that? Unlike format, this macro uses the ident fragment formatting trait by default. Ident fragment is only implemented for a limited set of types. Okay. Ident arguments will have their R pound prefixes stripped if present. Yeah. I didn't realize that we had these other formatting options in there. That is really nice. Alright. Ooh, span. The span of the first ident argument is used as the span of the final identifier. Falling back to span, call site when no identifiers are provided. If ident is an ident, the span of my ident will be inherited from it. Okay. Alternatively, you can specify the span. And you can implement those in your type. They're just traits after all. Oh, wow. So whatever the name is, builder, we'll have the name. And that's it for the builder name. Nice. That's really neat. I'm just thinking of ways to abuse them. Okay. So we'll have that there. And then this needs to return builder to return something of that type. Builder is going to return something builder, so builder name, and it needs to implement one of those with all of those options as none. So what do we have? 4 of those? Oh, you know what? Let's just multi-vim it. Derive default. Ooh. that is interesting because I don't know if you could do that. Could you? You could implement default. I don't know if this works inside of that. Oh, you can derive it there. Oh, that's lovely. Okay. Although if you don't give it a public constructor, then people have to use builder to get a builder. Oh, true. Oh, good point. But that is a good teaching moment there, having that derived there. Because even though you're generating some code here, you can implement other elements for it. Yeah, and we probably don't want that. In this case, the spirit of a builder is you would call the builder on that. Okay. I mean, for me, I usually would only make a builder private if it needed something from what you were actually building it on. So I don't see the point in forcing people to call like a vec ::builder just to get a vec builder, right? But if this needed something here, some sort of state that wasn't otherwise public, then of course this would be the only way. Otherwise, it's just constrained to like one workflow. I don't. Yeah, lifetime generic, something else that had to come in through the builder. Okay, so builder name, that. Yeah, in this case, we could absolutely derive and it would be fine. We're gonna give it a little test. Lovely. Okay, let's do it and expand on that. I want to see. I like seeing it. Like I know it's working, but seeing it stamp out the code here is really neat. So this returns a foo builder. Foo builder is down here. It has all its of its fields. Nice. Okay. So in the spirit of this, did we complete it? Also have it generate this and that. Great. Joining together the type name plus builder. How to make builder's name? Ident. Actually, we didn't look at that. Oh, interesting. We are learning Proc-macros. This is Proc-macro day. Oh, okay. Formatted and it's just a shorthand for this. So it's good to know how it works. A word of Rust code, which may be a keyword or a legal variable name. An identifier consists of at least one Unicode code point. I like how it's like a Unicode code point. Parse implementation, okay. So in this example, I didn't know, and we're providing the call site. Got it. It can also be interpolated into broken stream using the quote macro. Okay. And you can format here with the call site also. Cool. All right. That's pretty handy. Nightly features you can use non-ASCII identifier. Oh, you're kidding? No way. So we could use like smiley face and the the poo emoji, or any non-English, I guess, what is it, romantic, alphanumeric language, I love that. I don't know why, but I'm always impressed when, like, museums projects are never, like, simple things. Like, if Museum were, like, an electrical engineer, um, then, like, oh, I saw your stream yesterday. What were you working on? Like, oh, a fusion reactor. Like, it wouldn't be like, oh, I'm doing like a 3D printer or something. It would be up and beyond. It's not even a Git. That's right, because I was watching your stream. You're like, oh, how did this break? Which one of these changes did it? Okay, so there's our two. Let's go to builder progress. Enable the third one. I think we satisfied that. O3, call setters. Build O3. Generate methods on the builder for setting a value of each of the struct fields. Okay. Well, command builder. Executable. Okay, I got it. Args. Okay, so the name is going to be just those elements. Oh, and this is just taking a vector. We're not even building up the vector here. I'm surprised you haven't automated that museum. Right, just snapshot it. Like, I could see the use of a tool that would snapshot your code if you ran tests and they all passed, right? Or a build and it passed. Like some sort of criteria and snapshot, just in the background. All right, so let's build these up. Let's go through the progress of doing this. So we're going to be building up each one of those, which means we need to impl builds. Impl this. Pub function executable mutable self, and it's going to take what is the most flexible way to receive a string? Influence a string? I think there's even a more flexible way off that, right? Anything that implements display. Had to be less than 500 lines to run some Java. That's awesome. Oh, I should finish that list there. Okay. Self dot executable is going to be executable. All right. 2 for args. Environment. I don't know about the intos there. Was there anything else in here that we needed to do? Implement those. Okay. Cargo test. Oh, lovely. Expected item option found type. Oh yes, that needs to be some. Cargo check, dash test. Nice, thank you. Tests. Oh wow. 0.3. That is very fast. So just checking the tests on that. All right. Expected option found string. Did I misread this down here? To owned? No, those are fine. Ah, well, we could do a replace on this. Should be getting compile errors? I don't know. Is it because we're not... let's see, we're in the workspace. Because that should just be an into on there, right? Do I have the latest Rust analyzer? Yes. Yes, I built that just the other day. Actually, here it is. All right. Okay, so that worked. Just want to see it now. probably some project configurations. Oh, interesting. We started this morning, so we haven't really. We could try it. I don't remember. I thought I had all targets. Check on save, all features. Seems legit. Unless they changed some of the defaults here. I mean, maybe they did. Bug update. Huh. All right. Oh, interesting. Connection is disposed. Updated. All right. I might have been too early on doing the update. They were out of sync, maybe? Let's give that a save. Let's break it real quick. So there it's not working. What if we go into Builder? Give it a save. Is this one going to get it? No, it's not. All right. Now for more progress. Call build. Generate a build method to go from builder to original struct. This method should require that every one of the fields has been explicitly set. It should return an error if a field is missing. The precise error type is not important. Consider using box dynamic error, which you can construct using impl from string for box_dyn error. You'd have to pass it, yeah, vector basically. I see, so some other sort of into iterator. From iterator. Okay. All right, and we have to make sure that each one of the fields is set. Now, this only kind of works because we're not really looking at the tree, right? We're not looking at the different types here, the different fields, which we should probably be looking at the other fields. Why didn't I see that before? 03. Okay, I don't think we've passed 03 very well. Generate methods on the builder. Because in this case, like that executable, we should have looked to see what the different fields were, what their types were, taken those types, etc. Okay, I think I missed the point of that, as we don't know exactly what these were. So we have to collect those off of this input here. Well, that was fun. Can you do that? Do a no caption there? No. Cargo test. Strange. Oh, it'll always emit that. Thank you. That's a little bit more. And it does it on each of the tests, I see. So we have to look at data on the struct. And the fields. I mean, maybe I'm getting ahead. It doesn't feel like it. 03. Let's go back to sin.
You are now watching the throne.
So this data here, we have struct, data struct, enum, and union data enum. I see, so we can, based on this, we could do okay, that appears to be there. It's interesting that we could choose to implement this only for structs or only for enums. Wow. They also support unions. Cool. Let foo equals match input.data struct data struct. Send data construct. Data struct data enum data. Oh, I see, data because of the type. The builder for an enum seems kind of pointless. Which variant do you pick? Yeah, it's true. Oh, send data struct. So technically, so if this was put on an enum, we would probably want that to bail out. So this might be more of a if let sum yada yada thing here. So we'll do that. Otherwise, can we give an error here? How do we represent an error? We just panic? You can match over all of them and produce good errors. Good errors. If there's anything I've learned from the GD native codebase, it's done this way. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Oh, struct error. Thank you. Easy. Error reporting in Proc-macros. The correct way to report errors back to the compiler from a procedural macro is by emitting an appropriately spanned invocation of compile error in the generated code. This produces a better diagnostic message than simply panicking the macro. Good. When parsing macro input, the parse macro input macro handles the conversion to compile error automatically. You shouldn't, but the compiler can't stop you. For errors that arise later in the initial parsing stage, the toCompile error method can be used to perform an explicit conversion to compile error. Alright, so we have derive input. So we have to give it the span in the message. So I basically need to know what the span is. Let's say, basically, what that does is emit standard compile error call. And the compiler will see that and do the right thing. Okay. That I'm not familiar with. What is this standard compiler? We're learning all sorts of Rust today.
How am I gonna get over this?
Cause this compilation to fail with a given error message. Okay. Now to get the right span on that, I wonder if that data struct has that information on it with the span info. I would expect it to. Span is here. So if it was not a data struct, oh, that's interesting. That did not seem to have a span in there. Maybe I'm looking at the wrong portion of it. Fields. No. All types basically implement that. Oh, I see. If it can be parsed, it implements that trait. Okay. Let's see, we had struct. Enum and union. And union. Ah, to mark the whole type is a problem. Okay, that's good. Use error new when the error needs to be triggered on some span other than where the parse stream is currently positioned. Okay. and the message. The input on line 9, also the one on 7 shouldn't exist. Oh, that one. Yes, thank you. Oh, that's true. This token stream here. Oh, I thought that. That parse stream stuff is about the parse trait, which you can implement on your local type and have input parse my type. Oh, to build it. And we call it to compile error on it. There we go. We just haven't gotten to the other one yet. Kick that on. Formatter's in. Good. All right, so at this point, we're going to be basically figuring out what the different values are, and you need and return them to be early. Oh, I see. I see. So in this case, we're actually returning from the whole function. Oh, fantastic. Okay. That simplifies things. All right. So basically that foo is going to build up these here. This is interesting. Because in the next test, these could be swapped out with like a int or whatever it is, like well, not int, but you know. So we'll want to make sure that with the right types there.
These are 10 things to never say on a first date.
Oh, you can also combine errors.
Oh yeah, I believe in reproductive rights too, especially for guys. Have you heard of the men's rights movement? No. Don't order that. You're probably the last person in this room who needs any more carbs tonight.
All right. Now, I'm getting messages about...
Hey, you want to meet my parents
I don't know,
next weekend? You remind me so
I'm a little
much of my
confused with the
mom.
messages I'm receiving. Okay. So yeah, given this, we'll have a builder. Has executable args, that. And then
author? You probably haven't heard of him.
Oh,
I don't think they teach Kierkegaard in
okay.
the state schools.
I understand.
Be right back.
I
There's something
was,
to do in
I
number
was
2.
being rather dense. I'm going to do the 15-minute thing. Turns out I was misunderstanding messages.
Let me tell you all the
So,
minute details about my recent financial troubles.
I'm going to do that. Oh, shoot. My,
Not counting what's probably going to happen later? How many other guys from Tinder have you slept with?
All right, let me...
Can I take this call? It's my ex.
Why can't I find this thing? Oh, hold on. Give me a moment.
My favorite type of music?
All right.
Probably nerdcore.
I lost something, and I'm trying to find it. Not my mind. I'm looking for my mind. There we go. Okay. So I'm going to take that, the 15-minute thing. I basically have breakfast and coffee with my wife every morning. A small breakfast, 15 minutes. So I will be back and we will continue with this in 15.
Skellige winds a while, Skellige winds a while. Carry us on the tide, conquer the hills and isles. Oars in the morn and the tankard in the eve. Shores ever turn and the anchors ever heave. Oars in the morn, on the weather to weave. Skellige winds a while, Skellige winds a while. Up on the peak unite,
All right. Sorry, I had to brew coffee today. Coffee wasn't ready. Well, that's okay. I don't mind helping out. So, where do we end up? We are working through Proc-macros. All right, so the first little bit here, we have the ident. We have these elements. We have foo. We're not using foo yet. But if we did put this on an enum, oh, builder is not implemented for enums. Lovely. Interesting that it highlights only the first portion. Huh. All right. My headset's a little off. Just a moment. Okay. So coming back in here, we're looking for the fields, or to generate the fields. Does Rust just mark the enum token? I mean, it looks like it had only marked the enum token here. I imagine you're talking about the span. Is the span just for the enum token for that? I don't know. The span should be the whole thing. Gotcha. Alright, that's going to be just errors up there. You can always change the span or merge multiple spans. You don't use parse macro input? Oh. What do you normally use? Just the parse trait? Okay. Parsing interface for parsing a token stream into a syntax tree node. Here's a snippet of parsing code to get a feel for the style of the library. We define a data structure for a subset of the Rust syntax, including enums. Oh, look at one. Wow. So this is for When would you want to use this as opposed to the parse macro input? So we have a data struct here. We want to look through the fields and produce some information for them. And what do we get for field? Field is a fields. Oh, we have named, unnamed, or unit. Interesting. So these are going to be named fields, aren't they? When would you have unnamed? Because if it was a tuple, struct. The original input, the token stream, has a span on it too. Oh, interesting. Huh. So this here is actually changing to a match fields. Let's see, send fields named. Unnamed and unit. No, unit doesn't have any data associated with it. You only have named fields in a data struct. What would happen if it was like this? I mean, what if it had? What if it was a tuple type? Are those? So I'm wondering if those are. There used to be a different structs node. Oh, interesting. Look at those variants now. Gotcha. Okay.
I know you feel alone. Your heart is heavy, happiness alone.
And then for the fields in that, so we'll have fields named fields with struct or struct variants such as point, yada yada. So why do they have brace token in here? What is the purpose of including these? I've noticed that in a lot of the parsing, that something like a field's name will have a brace token. I don't understand why. It's a lossless syntax tree? I see. All of the input tokens are preserved. Wow. Wow. Alright, so in this case, named, punctuated field, and comma.
Do you want to be more?
Well, hold on. Fields named.
But emptiness can make you feel unsure. So come with me and soar.
Punctuated sequence of a syntax tree nodes of a type T, separated by a punctuation of type P. Ah, okay. I think we just care about the iter here, the type T. Good morning, Ecton Dev. How are you doing? You just into iter on it, and you got the T out. I see. And that's going to be whatever the types are. I'm going to say that's a field. Field dot. Because we're getting punctuated. Okay, so it's punctuated of a field, and a field has an identity, or an ident, and a type, and visibility. Trying to kick a mild headache with some coffee. Oh, ooh. So in this case, we need to prep some stuff. I hope we feel better. We're going to be returning a quote, so we just include that for each one of these fields for the section here, for the type. Not really that bad? Okay. I don't like the slow burn headaches either. They just... Alright, so what are we going to have here? We need to build up some code. Ident, type, and visibility. I don't think we need the attributes. Attributes tagged on the field. Oh, I see. In case... Oh, interesting. I'm guessing that we'll see some of this in one of the next exercises. Colon token. Lost the syntax. Okay. Name, type, and visibility. Methods. Parse named? Oh, interesting. Oh, interesting traits. Okay. 2 tokens. If my derived macro supports attributes, that's what that'll be. Gotcha. Now our builder isn't going to have public types on it, so these will not use the visibility. Quote, quote. We should just pull that in. Oh, method not found in fields named. It's named off of that. Okay. Oh, 2 tokens is how quote works. It almost feels like we just shouldn't implement this for a type that's a tuple type. Like in these cases. And unit. Like, what are you building if it's a unit type? Oh, Fields itself implements iterator. Thank you. Get used to bailing early. just do the check and then iterate over struct of fields. I see. I kind of want to separate the bailing with the other stuff. Now, were you saying that it's also useful to have an error enum? Yeah, I can see that. Oh, impulse spanned on that. Gotcha. Yeah, that would be really nice, actually. Data structs.fields. Gotcha. Oh, not that one, not that one. This one. Now, does data struct, does this have a fields? Okay, and that fields, but then we still have to, oh, I see, it has iter on it. Got it, okay. All right, so then we have that, and we are trying to set up our fields here. Now, fields doesn't implement 2 tokens. where was it? Was it at the top? How do we do a list of elements into the expansion of quote? Do I have quote open yet? Probably not. Oh, I must. Oh, it's just like in macro rules? Okay, perfect. And in this case, we want... Well, it's already got it all. But technically, we either include the comma here or there. I think I would prefer it here. Interesting. Oh, borrow them. Okay. Ah. Okay, so that should build up this structure. And we want to do this again for basically the setters. Oh, no, I got that wrong. This here should be down in here. Defaults. That feels kind of weird. So if we did none for default, that'd be option type. It just feels weird borrowing it again. This piece right here feels a little... Alright, let's get rid of those. Fields defaults. That's defaults. And in here we have fields. And then we need setters. A function name. What does our setter look like? Mutable self, of course, mutable self, and then we basically take this and replace the field name with that, the arg. Okay, and no more intos. Phones are fast enough now that you can run PS1 games on them. The future is neat sometimes. So we'll take the name, the type, and that returns nothing. And then self.tie.replace. Oh, it's not tie, it's name. Alright, then we have our setters. That's unused there. Oh, I see, because input moved here. Or is it moved here? Get the first span? Alright. I guess it's not on token stream. That's interesting. Okay. We're not using unnamed. It's fine. What was it? It was a cargo check. Test was one of them, but we don't need to do that because we're not actually running that. It looks as though COC is actually kicked in and is working pretty well. Uh-oh. Oh, because we didn't do build, but we did finish doing call setters, which is good. Now we want to call build. Alright, generate a build method to go from builder to original struct. Should require that every one of the fields has been explicitly set. To return an error if a field is missing. I see. Precise error type is not important. Consider using box on error. Okay. Then they just call build on it with unwrap. Nice. So here we're implementing the type. And here's our builder. Okay. Then it should take a self and return something of type name. Oh wait, was it result? Yeah, result type name. Now for doing this result here, how does it know it's the right kind of result? Now, should we give it standard result there? Ah, with the double in front of that. Interesting. And how often should we be doing that inside of here? Because in the generated code, we need to be explicit, but in the macro itself, we can use the imports. Gotcha. All right, so it'll be something like this, and then we'll have, let's say, some iteration in here. And you have to have a mod standard. Oh wow, things could be awkward. That's cool. All right. So inside of here, we need to iterate through these elements, checking to see if any one of them is not defined. If anyone has not been set, we need to throw an error. Well, not throw an error, but return an error. So let's call it build validation. And then after build validation, we'll have a second step for returning that actual type. All right, now our code that we generate in here is going to be fairly simple. Just check to see if we'll have access to self at this point. Self.name or else. Okay, or else. That's what we want. Technically, I don't think I want that. Now we do an unwrap or save it to some sort of local. Or we just build this up in the structure itself as we're mapping things across. Okay, or else is what the text is implying. Where none is error, yeah. Let name equals to this, okay, or else. And then just some sort of string to error. Actually, how do we do that? You can construct using the impl from string for box sign error. Wow. So I was going to save the unwrapped element. I think I was going to do unwrap or else, and just have a local with that name. Okay, for this, that needs to be format. It would be nice to be able to do those loops in there. A macro only knows what it's giving. Build validation. That should have a semicolon at the end. Great. We'll just do a star on that. And then we want to create the return type. Okay. I mean, I almost want it right there. Let's change the build validation to converting that type. I can't. Let name equals the field ident, and then we'll just quote that. Oh, actually we don't need that, do we? We could do format ident. Interesting, there's no span on that. Wonder why. Oh, did I not collect that one? No, that looks okay. Ah, that. I forgot the pound sign. Okay. Well, that should have gotten rid of those other bits we didn't need. Uh-oh. Cannot find value executable in the scope. Oh no. Am I at the wrong level? I think I'm at the wrong level for that. Oh. Not implemented for this type. Fine. Alright, so we ended up with Baz Faux string. Now we have a Baz builder. Foo none. Option string. So we can set faux, self.faux. Good, that looks right. Takes a string. So foo comes in, gets replaced there. It's a public function. Oh, cool. Question mark. Try doesn't work in unwrap or else, by the way. If you want question mark to return out of the function. So then in here we have build. Oh, here's our format. Wow. Question mark doesn't work in unwrap or else. Unwrap or else is doing what? Oh, it returns a T. Oh. I do want okay or else. No pun intended, but what do you think is going to be happening with what? Do you think it's it's going to get kind of solidified and people will start using it more often? Cannot find value of foo in the scope. That's interesting. it because it's not public? Faux, option self faux. Why waste the time optimizing them? Right. That makes a lot of sense. Yes, we're using Derived Builder. We are working through the Proc-macro workshop and learning how to do Proc-macros. You might have meant to use the available field self.fo. Alright, so I missed one somewhere. Wait, no. Self.name, that's correct there. Build has not been set. That should be okay. Yes. I think all of these are recorded on Twitch for 6 weeks. And I do export them over to YouTube, but I don't know, I just haven't done anything with that. Yeah, you're welcome, and happy Wednesday. All right, so now it's telling me that I should be using self.fo, but I'm not seeing where. So if we work backwards, bas.fo, left foo here, self.fo, self was owned here, okay or else, got the format, the res, question mark try. Okay, that should be okay. And then here, self.fo, that looks okay as well. Bas.fo. Oh, that match? Match. Oh, here. In the format, field has not been set. Oh, I want an identifier. Okay, so let say field name. Format ident. This is just straight through name. Now that should have been f.ident, shouldn't it? I mean, they're the same thing, but why would this not work? I just want to say that such and such a field has not been set. Oh, actually, do we even have to do that? Can we use name in this? Oh, wow. Should be able to. Oh no, field name has not been set. Oh, we need concat. I see. Turn the name into a string. I see. So that's what we were trying to do here. Let's turn it into a string. Which is why I wanted to do the format ident. That doesn't seem to be the right way.
A slap to your side, a push on my foolish pride.
Oh, really?
Out
In string.
of my mind, I'm down from the endless high. Don't know who's losing, who's bruising, who's choosing to stick it through. So we fight with fire. Still on a wire. We fight with fire. Burn with
Because at this point we're generating code. And what now you had mentioned concat.
the tears I cry. Don't know who's losing, who's bruising, who's choosing to
I don't think that's it, is it?
So we fight with fire.
It's not sin. Oh, concat's in standard. I see. So it'd be kind of like that, but it might be at the wrong expansion phase. Oh, I see. So why is it that we can't expand that into a string? So if we look at quote, all right, let's see. Let's give it an expand. Ah. Expected a literal. Only literals like foo, da-da-da, can be passed to concat. Okay. And that won't work. Will it? Yeah, that's a literal name. I have option, not ident. Oh. Well, that's interesting. So this is an option to an ident, and this is still working. Oh, I see. So we could just, well, we can't because we're borrowing. So we could as ref it. Now we should have a reference to an ident. Ah, there we go. Oh, hold on. Let's see. Let's see if we can use that for the concat. It said no. Let's try it with the field name. Alright, field foo has not been set. Two tokens is implemented for option now. I know, right? I was surprised to see that as well. Alright, bad joke time. Learning how to pick up trash was really easy. I just picked it up as I went along. Didn't. Oh, you have a bunch of extension traits to do just that. Oh, wow. Oh, I wonder if somebody was watching your stream and thought, you know what, that's a good idea. I'll put that in there. Okay. Let's check our tests. Cargo test. Baz is declared as private. Is that in main? Oh. Right, and that's never used. That not being able to use that over iterators. I'm not collecting at all. I'm using it over iterators. Yo, you had to collect into Vex before passing the quote, but now you can just use iterator. Yeah, I just used iterator today because I've been trying to use iterators more often. I thought it might work. I think I got lucky. All right. Oh, we have to be in the other directory. Cargo test. It made things a lot easier. I wonder if that reduces allocation thrashing and stuff like that. I wonder if that sped it up. All right. Method chaining. This test case should be a freebie if the previous ones were already working. It shows that we can chain method calls on the builder. Oh, you know what? I didn't return self in that. What was it? Was it 01? No. Create builder. Yeah, see, I didn't catch that before. All right. So for our builders, our setters, we need the type there. That's a mutable type. Self. Oh, here's a question. Mutable self versus self. Let me think about this. Hold on. Because if you took a mutable self, not even looking at the return type, if you said, like, let builder equals such and such, and then builder dot foo, and then builder dot bar, and then foo, then builder dot baz, where you wanted to not chain them,
you would be able to, you would want to use immutable self there. But if you only wanted chaining, then you could take self and have it not be mutable. So I think it's the difference between having the builder as a local variable, not as a kind of a chain. Like, which one do you allow? And if you use immutable self, then you can provide either. Or you can still do self without chaining. Yeah, that makes sense. I like the flexibility here, and it doesn't seem to have that much more overhead. It makes hold on, I missed something there. So one, it actually precludes the other. Oh, I didn't catch that. Yummy coffee. Oh, I see. With mutable stuff, you can do one style or the other, but not mixed. Oh, gotcha. And if you took self, then you could just reassign let builder equals builder.baz, etc. So if we did it like this and return self, then this one would still allow it, but you would have to basically shadow the variable. If you didn't want to do chaining. If you wanted to do chaining, you can still do it this way. Oh, it would have to be mutable self, yes, thank you. Reassign it instead of shadowing. Oh, gotcha, yeah. All right, and in their test cases, it's actually moved. So if we look at 05, oh wait, they're chaining. They're just chaining. And what was the error? Move occurs because builder has type command builder, which does not implement the copy trait. Oh, that's an 04 builder. Ah, here, yes. By which means you can read it. Oh, patent rules. Welcome. I just haven't ascended to the doctor scribble of macro building yet. So what's going on there? Why? Named over plays. That there. I think we want to take that. So in 04, building like this. In 05, like so. And it's saying that it was moved here. Move occurs because the type has command builder, which does not implement the copy train. Cannot move out of a mutable reference. Where are we trying to move out of the mutable reference? Yeah, we're going through the Detolne workshop right now. Sure, Shaq? Did I get that wrong here? The builder has to return a mutable builder. A reference to a mutable? That doesn't seem right. It should just be, I mean, yeah, it should return an own type. So where is this going wrong? That looks like it should work all the way through. I have an unwrap somewhere. So in 05, they have an unwrap at the very end of this. Oh, did we return that with an OK? It should have been there. Cargo test. I want to see the error again. Those tests do run more slowly. There's something that is borrowing from self that I'm unwrapping. my wife sent me a bad joke. What has 4 legs, a tail, whiskers, and cuts grass? A lawn meower. I'll paste this one in here. Oh, build is moving self when it can't because you have a mutable reference to self. Oh, I see. I see. That is weird. I would expect to have an owned type there and not a reference. But I see that with the chain we can't do it that way. Yeah, build had mutable self. And why MU self is limiting, yes. So you'd have to drop the borrow from the chain first. I see. Yeah, cannot move out of this, which is behind immutable reference, etc., etc. Well, this is interesting. So it is the builder pattern via Proc-macro workshop. So why not return self? They basically have two constraints here in this workshop. So if we look at exercise 4, they're calling it this way, okay, where each one of these just executes and modifies self. Okay, then at the very end, we build, then unwrap. And then in 05, it's chaining. Owned version of it, of self, so you can chain it, which wouldn't work with the other one. Huh. So let's think this through. We have to stop the chain. Source lib. Oh, I know. We'll take. Self.name. There we go. Oh, yeah, spoilers, yes. I'm glad I love take. Does options have a give? They have a replace. They don't have a give. Options should also support give. Oh, they have a give. So option is full on give and take. Oh, it's not called give. Okay. Well, I remember replace. Get or insert. Ah. Now, if you weren't here from the beginning of the stream, we are working on the builder exercises inside of this Proc-macro workshop. I think I gave you a link that's a little too far down, but just remove that little bit or scroll up to the top when you get there. All right, there's 5. Let's go to 6. Optional fields. Some fields may not always need to be specified. It would be represented as option T in the struct being built. Have your macro identify fields and the macro input whose type is option. Oh, interesting. Interesting. And make the corresponding builder method optional for the caller in the test case. Wow. Oh, these are good exercises. Be aware that the Rust compiler performs name resolution only after macro expansion has finished completely. That means during the evaluation of a procedural macro, types do not yet exist. Or rather, types do not exist yet. Only tokens. In general, many different token representations may end up referring to the same type. For example, option T and option T. Oh, I see. They're all different names for the same type. Conversely, a single token representation may end up referring to many different types in different places. For example, the meaning of error will depend on whether the surrounding scope has imported standard error or standard IO error. As a consequence, it isn't possible in general for a macro to compare two token representations and tell whether they refer to the same type. All right. In the context of the current test case, all of this means that there isn't some compiler representation of option that our macro can compare fields against to find out whether they refer to the eventual option type after name resolution. Instead, oh wow, all we get to look at are the tokens of how the user has described the type in their code. By necessity, the macro will look for fields whose type is written literally as option brackets, okay, and will not realize when the same type has been written in some different way. Fancy. Just tokens, wow. Hey, Miguel. How are you doing? Syntax tree for types parsed from the tokens is somewhat complicated because there is such a large variety of type syntax in Rust. So here is the nested data structure representing that your macro will want to identify. Oh, shenanigans. Type path, none, path segment, ident option. Okay. Yeah, I'm doing well today. Doing well. Angle bracketed. And some other type inside of there. Wow. So, if we find something that is optional, like current dir, we want it to not have to build that. So they have two tests here. One in the case that it is not provided, current dir, and one case where current dir is provided. Okay. Let's come up with a function for is optional. Guess they were showing you the hard way first. Oh. You gotta know the bad before you get the shortcuts. So we could look at a field. And I think that's what they were showing us up here. So I'm not entirely sure. Yeah, I've never done this before, so here we have our parsed input, and we're going to be trying to figure out whether or not the field is optional. I guess in each one of these iterations, well, I guess not all of them, in some of them. So where are we? Okay, that just gets the data struct out. That one's fine. Now down here, work on fields. You can clone an iterator. Okay. So, yep, those are more errors. Validate. Validate struct type. Error on enum or union. Okay, good. Now here we start to work on fields. So this one we do not need to modify. It's okay for it not to be specified yet. It's just where we are validating. Do we need to know what the type is? Or whether or not it's optional? It's in here. Because if it is optional, if it's already an option, then we can just take our own type. We don't, yeah, we can just call take on it. We don't have to do the OK or else. Okay. Let's do a field here. Question mark, pound, comma, borrow that. What's the difference between a chickpea and a garbanzo bean? Oh, that is awful. All right. Unlike DBG, the ePrint line does borrow. Junk. Oh, just let that one fly. Let it fly. Don't think too hard about it. All right, so we're gonna go down to the last one here. Currenter. So in this case, the type for this. So here's a type. Oh, this one is a string. That one didn't have. Vector. That one's also a vector. Did we not uncomment out test 5? I thought we could specify which tests to work on. Or is this like the whole test? Progress is the test. Ah, I got it. Okay. I'm going to comment out some of these. Alright, there's a string. Angle bracket. That one's still a vector though. Oh, that one's a vector as well. Currenter should be optional in this case. Oh, actually, it needs to be that one. Optional fields. There we go. What do you call telling a dad joke without having any kids? An uncle joke? I don't know what. Ooh, a faux pas. Oh, that is good. That is good. I gotta capture that one. Copy. Alright. Ah, it pasted. I didn't want to do that. Alright, there we go. Can I not delete my own comments? I don't think I can. Oh, that's funny. Never realized that about Twitch. Alright. We'll put this in the museum category. There we go. So, current Earth. Oh, that's right. And if it's optional, we basically want to know the type inside of the option to be able to deal with it. Ooh, interesting. Okay. So these other cases where we're getting the type, we also have to know the type inside of the option. Orion's belt is a waste of space. Oh. That is. All right. So we need some sort of maybe a type function and an optional function that we can pass this info into. Or we can implement a trait for that type. Let's try doing more of that. Trait is optional. What do you call a belt made of watches? Time waste. That'll take a self, return a bool. While walking along the shore, you spotted a gigantic clam. You tried to drag it back home, but you had to stop because you didn't want to pull a muscle. So I'm using, I was curious, I know you don't end up using kind of the standard Twitch interfaces. How many channel points do you have? All right. Let's just call it optional. Field. You have 24,000? I'm using shit out. Well, I guess it depends on how he's actually watching the stream. Alright. What was the field name? $47.2 on your phone and 43.5 on the account with this name. Oh, that's funny. Alright. What was this type that we're trying to extend from? It was field. Just sin field. Okay. Oh, well, sin field. All right. Is optional. Now at this point, self will be some sort of field, and we'll have to do that. 90,000, not much? True. All right, now to know whether or not it's optional, we have to look into this a little bit more. So the field has a type, and the type is a path, etc., etc., etc. Wow. So we should just be able to match this, shouldn't we? There's going to be a lot of that. Actually, I wish I could copy that properly. And what is it a type of? Then we have the left token, path, self. What kind of type is it, though? It's a string. Oh, wow. Oops. Studying to become a licensed funeral director is a grave undertaking. That's great. All right, so to match this, path, and path ends up having segments, which is punctuated. Wait, this is the wrong path, isn't it? Where's type path? There we go. I feel like I'm off by one here. Because self.tie, now it's saying that it's a path here, and it's a path that has something of type path inside of it. How does it do its display? This is a good place to learn all about pattern guards and nested matching. Yes. You'll get buried in paperwork, but at least somebody is your friend. Something seems a little odd here in that this type path, along with this, I'm not sure exactly where this path is, where this one's from. I mean, it kind of feels like it's this one here. The structure is set up differently. Maybe how they implement debug is different. Path, segments. Yeah, no, this is the wrong path. Look at field. Thank you. Oh, it has type. And type has path. Thank you, Museum. Alright. Gonna try to keep this terse in the match. We'll have a type path there. That'll be path, type path. Now a type path then has a path, doesn't it? Path and Q self. Where path is something that we actually care about, comma dot dot, and then the other piece that we don't care about, etc. And we'll slowly fold this up in. Segments. Ooh, interesting. Oh, we can't use that, can we? That's in type. All right. Yeah, that would be nice to be able to copy that and have a nice match expression. That would be nice. All right. Pattern does not mention field leading colon, missing leading colon, dot dot. Okay. All right, now with the path segments. Now that's an array. Is this segments here predictable? Is it always the first element? Must be. Path segment. All right, and that's saying that that is missing ID and arguments, or ident and arguments. Oh. Can't do slice patterns on that type? No. You'll need to rebind it and then convert it to a slice. Alright. Alright, let me get that. I'll get that second here. Okay, we got that. I think I'm missing parentheses somewhere. That's good. Good. Okay, we're fine up to those. Up to the square brackets. Oh, looks like we do have them okay. Hey Tim, how's it going? Happy Wednesday. Oh, that one's hard to say, Musean. If I were punished for every pun I shed, there would not be a punny shred for my punished head. Alright, expected an array or a slice. Found punctuated sin. Did I miss one? Arguments. So path segment has ident. Alright. Because then we'll have to actually go a little further in order to get the string, the actual type we want out of it. Oh, puny. Ah. Puny shred of your punished head. So we have to rebind this. That is segments. Okay, I'm not losing that work there. We got that. So we have segments here. Uh-oh. Looks like this line is not. Ah. Okay. Expected an array or a slice found, punctuated. What? What type is that? It's saying it's punctuated with the path segment. So path does have segments, and segments is of type punctuated. It's not actually. Ah. And what is punctuated? It is a sequence of syntax tree nodes of type T separated by punctuation of type P. I see. And you would use this for like vectors and yes. And we can't get access to these elements because it's a list. Okay. So we could then call first on it, couldn't we? Oh, it's too bad that we can't match that easily. All right, let's just get first. All right. Let's comment that out there. Want to get that formatter kicked on. All right. All right. So if that there, we'll have to return early in that case. And in this case, we want to parse the path segment. Okay, so we can continue with our matching here. Basically, this. All right. Now, what does ident have in it? Hey, give me a minute. I gotta answer some questions. All right. Instructing a kid how to put the tags on the car. All right. So back to where we were. Ident in this case. How do we know? I guess we could get the display. Oh, equals. Equal for ident. Do they have partial equal? Okay. Okay, so path has get ident. Also, is ident ident. All right. Sorry. Let's see. Okay, so we have ident. Going to ignore the other piece of that. Oh, also path is ident option. Oh, I want to see that on path. Is ident, look at that. Oh, that is fantastic. And here we have a path segment. And then we don't need any of that. Wow. Okay, that's a bit easier. That means in this case we just say path dot is ident, and then you said option. Oh, that is so much cleaner. All right. Missing match arm. Yes, yes, yes. Could even do it with matches. Oh, that's true. Oh, wow. All right, so everything else is false. Now, So the path number has no, okay, the path has no leading colon, number of path segments is 1. The first path segment has no angle bracket or parenthesized path hug. Okay. I see. So if it is Saturday, then parse meta. That's interesting how much more there is on that. Alright, we'll borrow that. Such as matches, self the type. So I'm trying to parse that. Now, in this case, is that a guard on matches? Oh, wow. So the if path is ident option. That's fantastic. I see. That does look pretty handy. So the other way then. Got rid of that there. Scroll back up. Give that a save. Wow. I don't know what to think about that. Like, which one do I like better? I think I'm more used to seeing the match stuff. But that is concise. I like that. I like the guard on it. The guard is really nice. Yeah, with the match expression, you still have to then return true or false. So it seems like you might as well just return the result of the predicate there. Okay. Got lazy with typing. All right. Well, here. So we're going to have optional. And where are we going to use that? So the fields, they all need to be option like that. Option none, yes, setters. So in this case, if it's optional or not, we need to have different types here. Ah, if F is optional. I guess we could have put that on type. That's all matches is doing? Yeah. Just a blanket to false. I see. We do not want option T. If they pass something in that is optional, I think in their case, so if we look at 6, optional fields, current dir is optional, and they pass it as a string inside. So we need to know the inner type for this option. If it's optional, give it this one. Could cheat with into option type. It's true. That's very true. Yeah, we wouldn't want to take away the parsing fun. I think we're supposed to return a type there. Okay. Now it feels like we want the match over here for this side.
To a place where I can feel the rain again. I wanna reach
Or maybe we just return the type, and then if it's optional, great. If not, we return
across the sky.
we return the type here.
Start to tremble, they lift off the ground. I leave it all behind, and I can see the horizon. It's calling my name. I leave it all behind. I'll rise above.
So we have to keep drilling down a little bit further. So we have to have the arguments here with the angle brackets, etc. And get down to that type there. Or option Esther, if you don't care about the span. I think I'd like to try to keep the span check optional. I think option type, I think is.
I wanna fly through the night and feel what I used to be.
Oh, it's not going to be used. I see. Oh, I see. Yeah, sure.
And so my feet start to tremble, they lift off the ground. I leave it all behind, and I can see the horizon. It's calling my name. I leave it all behind. I'll rise above all that I hold dear. I'll never fall. I'll always soar across the sky.
So that path segment had the ident for option, and then the arguments we want to look at, which should be over here.
I will never, I will never fall. I'll always soar across the sky. I'll never fall. I'll always soar across the sky. And so my feet start to tremble, they lift off the ground. I leave it all behind, and I can see the horizon. It's calling my name. I leave it all behind. I will never, I will
If it's none, then it's none. Okay. Oh, in case it's generic or has lifetimes. My network has just gotten a little funky. Hold on a sec. All right. Well, I don't think there's anything I can do about that. So we have the path and the arguments, right? So if it's a path, we can drill into it. If it's anything else, we'll just return what it is. Holy cow. Yeah, for whatever reason, somehow that device there is using a lot of internet. I don't think I can turn that one off. All right, y'all. I'm actually coming up on the very end of this. This has been a good exercise. It's actually a lot of the parsing, a lot of these pieces here. It's a worthwhile exercise to do and to get used to the matching like this. That and looking at these types. So arguments, angle bracketed. Now what's angle bracketed? Oh, I see. These are path arguments. So the path arguments are either angle bracketed with angle bracketed generic arguments or parenthesized or none. Okay. Well, this looks like a lot of fun. We're probably going to keep doing this maybe through the end of the week. I'm not sure. This is a lot of fun. I like this. This stuff is cool. All right, but I gotta run. Let's take a peek at science and tech real quick. All right, we're gonna give a quick search for Rust here. I don't see any of my usual targets at the moment. All right. Act on dev. Let's rate act on. I think these exercises are also really well designed. I wonder how much of an iteration there was. All right, y'all. I'm gonna get to work. So until next time, bye-bye.